check out my audio here. Audio check. Okay, that sounds okay. So I guess we will get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the streamer, the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, we're going to add more things to our settings. Yesterday, we rather ambitiously said we would get all this done, but it turns out the color picker needed spin boxes, so we sidetracked building that. Which means we didn't get to these two. So these two are going to move to today. So let's get our journal entry for today, line out our tasks, put those under there. Oops, not that one. There we go. Okay. So that is the plan for today. For this, we will have to add a line edit, which shouldn't be too bad and has some definite reuse. And we can reuse the spin box when we do the volume to settings. So we have a couple of good options for, well, we're gonna have to make one new thing. Shouldn't be too hard. Then this one will be fine. Okay. So, getting the beverage of choice ready. Well, we change our mindset to working on things. And there is a Bees Are Real in the channel finally. Nice. Welcome aboard, stranger. So the way things work around here is I will blabber stream of consciousness while I work. Unless somebody asks a question. The question at this point does not have to be related to the project itself. I've answered all sorts of questions. Always happy to chat about just about anything, but if you have questions about the project itself, we definitely would prioritize those. If someday I become so popular that my chat is just too busy, then we might end up restricting questions to project related, but we're nowhere near that yet. So yeah, give a follow. You're already in the Discord channel, Bees Are Real, so not too worried about that. Yeah. So feel free to ask questions. Part of the reason for the stream is so that people can see, one, what programming is really like not even like just a college course where all the projects are very short term. They've got to fit within a semester, and multiple projects within a semester usually. These are multiple month projects. I've already worked on this for quite a while before I started streaming, and had the game technically playable, and since then we've just been making it slightly better as we go, one day at a time. So you should be able to see that 99% of the time that most of the time your program is broken, and you're almost all of the time frustrated trying to figure out why it's broken. Like, that's 99% of programming. A good programmer is someone who is too bullheaded stubborn to let it go. Sit and rat hole on a problem for weeks, months, years. Some of my most creative works took a long time to come to fruition. So what I would do in those cases is I would work on 2 or 3 projects at the same time, and when I get stuck on one, I would go work on a different one, and when I come back around to the first one where I had the big problem, because the other ones had problems, I'd figured out what I wanted to do, or I had a fresh mindset. So time is everything. Glad to see you could make it out of bed finally. Good, good. Welcome aboard. Okay. So let's do a quick overview of the game. The game is pretty simple and straightforward at this point. A lot of the graphics need to be completely overhauled eventually, but we're building the systems right now. Graphics can be done some other time. So when you play the game, there's a randomly chosen word. You type in 5-letter guesses with no duplicate letters. So like if I tried to type in a duplicate letter, it tells me I cannot. And then we try to deduce. So demon has no letters matched with the answer. So we can change all of the letters of demon to red, which we can do by double right-clicking. And that tells us that toads has TAS must contain 2 letters. So eventually these will be changed to actual graphics. We're going to copy notebook 1 into 2, 3, and 4. We're going to use 2, 3, and 4 to explore some ideas like T and A, but not S because of toads, right? Or T, not A, and S, and not T and A and S. So what we're going to look for is, can we prove a contradiction? And so here we have ultra with T and A in it, and it can't. It only has 1 letter in it. So we know this A and T cannot be in the final answer. We go to 3, notebook 3, and the ULR are all out. So C has to be in, P has to be in, H has to be out, I has to be out, but Rhino has to have 1 in. So there's our contradiction. So this one can't be true. So it has to be A and S. So L and I are out. U and R are out. P is in, C is out, H is in. Now we have no contradictions. 1, 1, 0, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So we still need to find 1 more letter. We'll go with like BD, logs, jacks. Nope. Waxed. Aha. So BY are out, FG are out, JK are out, but WX has 1. So Bosch. Schwab. Once we know the letters, we try to guess the word. I mean, we can prove that it's W or X. Yep. So W's in, X is out. So it could be wax. Let's see here. It's not a word, not spelled like that anyway. Anyways, then you can surrender. Pshaw. I did not know that was a word. I thought that was just like a sound one would make. I did not try pshaw already. Anyways, so that's the game. You have marathon mode where you just try to get the number of guesses as long as you can. Sprint mode, you got to get to... Well, let's go to sprint mode real quick. You have to get through 6 words. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Because these 15 letters are all unique, and because these total up to 5, we know that no letter that's not in here can be in the answer. So I have a preset list of characters that I can just reject, which are all the letters that are not in these 15. So that's actually why I always start with this combination. Ultra Demon, Laced, Rhino, Proud, Lines. I'm not being too perfect with my number of guesses because I've got 20 of them. But as the game goes on, we'll get more and more conservative about our uses. So I have toads here again, or I can use lines. So let's do lines. L, I, not S. L, not I, S. Not L, I, S. And then we go looking for contradictions. So RH has to be out. TA has to be in. P has to be in. U has to be out. And here's our contradiction. Ultra can't be it. So boom. Here, P and R both have to be in, which causes a problem in proud. So that's already out. So the only answer that is acceptable is I and S. So RH are out. P is in, U is out, C is in, A is in, T is out. There we go. There we go. And now you see that you have 18 guesses. So by the time you're down to 6, you've got 10 left, and it never goes below 10. So in sprint mode, you got to try to get the lowest time to 6 words you can. So that's like your speedrun mode. And then golf mode, it keeps track of all your total guesses across all the levels, and you try to get the lowest number of guesses you can. So there's the 3 game modes. Yesterday in settings, we added colors, which meant we had to invent the spin box. So that's kind of where we're at. We need to add. Oh, we're logging some things that I don't care about anymore. That's probably at the top of the game scene, so we should remove that. Yeah, right here. Those all go away. Good to know. And then in the journal, so we can do that reject preset characters, which means we have to implement a line edit, or it can do volume stuff. Interesting, interesting. Let's start with the reject preset characters. I think that's where we'll start. So yeah, just feel free to pipe in, drop any questions. I'm happy to talk about just about anything. We know we're going to need a line edit. Do I want to make it a line edit? Text edit? I've so far avoided putting a cursor in. Let's just call it a text edit for now. That's right. Source textedit.hpp. Okay. So one thing we need is a text object. Then we need a color quad. Ooh, interesting. Actually, in the future, we may replace the SpinBox piece about the number display with a text edit. Okay. So let's do, we need to get out sometimes the text. Sometimes we need to get out the rectangle. We obviously need to set text. to some starting value. So const char star. We need to set the rectangle. And then actually a lot of the work we did in the SpinBox can copy over. Oh, how would I feel about that? Let's see here, SpinBox. So some things we have are font size. We need a font size. Oh, okay. Text color. Trans focus. Update render contains point. Do we want a callback? Yeah, we might as well. Except it's gonna be a little different. Is it? So there's sort of two options. There. That's an option we will want. Set focus has focus. Update render contains point. Set callback. Oh, another thing we might want to do is actually update the SpinBox. Let's see here. SpinBox. Key press handler. To do add arrow keys increment decrement. So we'll add that to our to-do list. I guess that's a tech thing. So I try to categorize my things according to like gameplay, technology, businessy things, just so I have an idea what I'm working on. Tech, IntSpinBox, arrow keys, to incur decor. Okay, so here we are, because text can't do that. Do I want to copy paste? Do I want a cursor? Cursor. We don't have to start with cursor just yet. We do kind of want a timer if we're going to do cursor. So let's see here. Cursor's going to have a position, a timer, an egg timer, so that it blinks on and off. Cursor will also have a color. It'll probably just be a color quad. We can disable that for now. Okay, so I think I've stubbed out most of the things I'm gonna need. So one of the goals of this project is to use as few dependencies as I can. So if you click on the console, when I start up the game, it logs out all of my dependencies. So I'm using glfw, which is what I'm using for my window initialization. So it brings in glue and it gives me enough of the OpenGL context to get started. So I'm using glfw, I'm using glmath, which I think I'm going to get rid of in my next game. And I'm using free type for my font rendering, which I think I can get rid of in the next game. This one makes me sad, but I needed to use it for this game because I didn't know anything about font rendering. I know a little bit more now, so I might be able to replace this. And then port audio for sound, which I'm perfectly happy with. GLFW and port audio are really the two that I really am happy using as far as dependencies go. So if you see me doing things like making a TextEdit widget and a SpinBox widget, well, I don't have any dependencies, so it will always work the way I want. I think a text does not need anything in a constructor. It does not. I think the same thing for a rectangle. Although we can. But it's not necessary. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're not going to worry about. Okay, we have to steal some things in the rectangle. Not the rectangle. In. Let's not worry about it. All right, let's just grab this stuff then. Now comes the magic of editing. Where we do the following. Go to the end, backwards for parentheses, search backwards for a space, and then we put in text, edit, and some curly braces, and record it, boom. And they've all been stubbed out, very nice. Return m underscore text dot text. Return m underscore underscore text dot rectangle, or bounding rect, I think I called it, which I should be more consistent about, but I'm not. Just a minute. Okay. Somebody is intervening. M underscore text dot set text to text. This one is a little bit more interesting. We'll come back to it. We're going to comment it out for now. That's going to go away for now. M underscore text dot set. Set font size. What's he's pretty sure he's been grievously mistreated. Set color to the color. Wow, that did not work well. Set rectangle. We have to do two things. 2.set rectangle to the rectangle, sort of. Underscore color quad. Set. Pretty sure there's something like this in there. Quad. Set rectangle. Yes. To do, add a margin. Okay, so this we need to steal from IntSpinBox dot set focus. Which I kind of don't like, but it'll work for now. Turn underscore has focus. Update. I don't think there's any update needed. I don't think an IntSpinBox update had anything in it, so yeah, nothing to do there. Because the text object is only changed when we edit it, so there's no update necessary there. And the color quad needs no update because it's the same update cycle. So render, we want to be sure that we draw the color quad first, then the text on top of it. Contains point is this, and for now that's all we need to steal. We do need to set the rectangle color, void set rect color. Which is underscore color quad dot set color to the color. Pretty sure that's how that goes. Okay. BitWriter. Does Emacs have built-in language server for something for C++? Built-in language server, no. There are some C++ modes I can invoke. Mostly I just use it for the syntax highlighting. There are language servers for Emacs. I've just never bothered setting one up. I don't necessarily believe in the language servers. Yep. Nope. I don't use IntelliSense. What I find is when I first start a project, IntelliSense is very useful, but the more I do a project, the more I just know the APIs, and then IntelliSense actually takes longer to kick in and recommend all the wrong things than me just memorizing the APIs. Eventually, we'll have to do an API cleanup of this stuff, so that set text size, set font color, set color, text color is all more consistent. But right now, that's not my top priority. I don't like it when my computer tries to recommend or tries to do things for me that are wrong, because then it takes me twice as long. I have to undo what it did and then do what I intended to do in the first place. So all of the autocorrects and things, I turn them off if I can. I also hate it when the attempt by the computer to help me slows me down. If I'm typing in the flow, I do not want pop-ups recommending things. They always just get in the way, block my view. It's a momentary context switch. I don't like it. So I usually turn off an awful lot of bells and whistles in my development environment. Why don't we add that to the journal somewhere in there? Check. more consistent API naming, font color, font font color and size versus text color and size, that kind of thing. Let's see here, bounding rectangle versus just the rectangle, a couple things like that. And Vim has built-in language server, so hooking up is easy. Yep. I mean, it's pretty trivial for me to hook up Emacs to a language server as well. Emacs language server, LSP mode, installing it, yeah, it's trivial. But I don't believe that LSPs are the answer for me. Nope, I don't use CMake either. I just use plain make. I just need compile commands.json. Nice. You know, I keep thinking maybe I should switch to Clang, but I'm too far in on this project right now. I use GCC because of features that I need for my compiler. And GCC is the only one with the feature I need. So I can't use Clang for that one. And since then, I've just stayed on GCC. Clang is much better, but I just haven't switched for any of my projects yet. Maybe the next game I make, I'll switch everything to Clang. It's definitely a possibility. But the compiler has to stay on GCC. Okay, so back to the text edit. Dun, 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 dun. We're not going to add a margin. Okay, one other thing we want to do is set alignment, set text alignment, set text, set alignment. And that's literally just a copy of this. And a straight pass through to the actual text object. Boom. Okay, awesome, awesome. Now, this should draw things to the screen. I guess our default constructor, we can just set some text real quick. Include our text, our color quad, and we will need to know color, rectangles. What else? Oh, okay. Is that mostly it? Oh, well, this needs to be text. All right, in the make file, we just added IntSpinBox, so let's add TextEdit. Boom. Boom. All right. We're gonna see how close we are. So, about 3 miles from my house, there's a wildfire that started. It's moved away a bit, but we're still in evacuation level 2 warnings. So if I suddenly jump up and run out, you'll know why. It's very exciting, very smoky. It's not good for my breathing today. Very, very smoky air. Yeah. No, it's pretty wild. I guess they don't have it very well contained. This is making me live in the middle of the city. Ask Chicago how that went. When was that? 1930s? Chicago fire of 19, I think it was 30s. 20s, 1930s? Good heavens. Great Chicago fire. Oh wow, I wasn't even close. 1871. Yeah, here you go. If you live in the middle of the city, this is the kind of thing that happens. Okay, so TextEdit clearly has some issues. Okay. Oh, set text. Okay, so here's what we have to do. We're going to steal from IntSpinBox some colors. We're going to do this. We're going to steal some default stuff. Oh, that's true. TextEdit. I do I need? Okay, we're gonna make some changes here. Color quad. That worked well. Rectangle. Okay, so rectangle we do need to be something. Set that rectangle, we set colors, set color quad color. Sure. So here in set rectangle, you have to steal this, basically. TextEdit. After calling this R, C, C. That's fine. C, C. R. There we go. Now these names line up. So in TextEdit, we do not have the buttons. We just have the text and the color quad. And to-do margin, which I think I already put in internal. I did not. That's fine. We're actively working on this, so it doesn't have to go in the journal just yet. We had a big fireplace a few years ago. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, you and your dad stayed quite late, didn't he? Trying to was he running the front loader or something to try to scrape the ground back so it wouldn't light his farm on fire? Super intense. Bro, there ain't no cities back then. You silly, silly boy. Okay. Let's just see how many things we cleaned up that way. Well, we changed things. Oof, that's rough. So good. So in general, I'm trying to work on the game 4 days a week, and we'll do compiler stuff and maybe something else on Fridays. I think maybe we'll add in like board game design half day Friday or something. Last Friday I was going to, but interesting. Oh, why is that one? Oh, I commented out the wrong thing. There we go. Do I have GitHub? I do have a GitHub, but it's none of this stuff. This stuff I'm keeping local. This is not. So eventually, I'll get this game all wrapped up and redo all the graphics to something reasonable. I'll have a sister of mine write music for it. And then I may put it on Steam, in which case you don't want your code all over the internet. Also, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the fact that Google and everyone is scraping through all those repos to learn how to code to replace me. So I only put things on there that are fairly trivial, like I got a random number generator study I did, or an Enigma machine simulator, little command line things, a Sudoku solver in Rust, things like that. So nothing big scale. Button X was not declared because this one has no buttons, but I copy pasted anyway. Which actually means we can line things up a little better. These 5 and 10 will have to change. That's a margin that's fairly specific to our resolution. Bitwriter, do you have a GitHub? You were telling me about one of your projects. Sounded kind of interesting. I always like to glance through what other people are working on. There are some people working on some really cool things on the internet. I'd like to catch up and get through the basics. Yes, I do want to see it. There's a guy here the other day, he had a game online that's actually pretty, like, it's very simple, but it's kind of interesting. It's, oh, what was it called? I don't remember. Okay. Ooh, dynamically typed programming languages. There's your code coverage. So some of this is college projects. Hashing and Go. Okay. Cap containers. There's your socks proxy handler you were talking about. Okay. Cool, cool. Nice. I'll have to dig into that a little bit more later. Oh, no, I know. Like I said, like the whole thing with like college is this it's more about the size and scope of the projects, right? So in college, every class is a semester long or whatever. And so what you're learning is the tools to program small projects, which are not all of the tools you need for a large project, right? And the way of thinking about the whole thing at much larger scales, right? Like hundreds of thousands of lines of code, or millions of lines of code. Like you have to just behave differently, and your projects last, months, years instead of, a few weeks. Mickey Maven, howdy, howdy, welcome to the chat. Not at my level. I'm still trying to learn a lot. I think parts of my career set me back, like working at too high level of abstractions to learn how things work under the hood. That's why I'm stripping everything down on this one to the bare minimum. Up my game. The more low level you know, the better your high level gets. Welcome to the chat, Mickey Maven. How's it going? Oh, did that compile? Oh, it did. Nice. Okay, then we go to settings. Do I need the color quad? I do need the color quad. Include TextEdit.hpp. Text reject. Welcome to the stream. We're going through the settings menu, and to get the next thing we need to in the settings menu, we have to create a text edit field that we can type things into and edit text. We may roll the text edit back into the spin box we made yesterday. I guess let's just go to do layout, and this is a gameplay, not a general setting, so probably here. X is going to be equal to x1, so that's fine. We need a label though. We need a label for that. Text. Label reject. Goes before this. Label reject. Reset. Rejects. Reject. List. I guess. Okay, then we do layout. Next one. So label reject dot set rectangle X, Y is fine. Oh, let's see here. I think this is a, where's my other label? Label normal? Label colors. Big button width. Big button height. I guess we just do this. Increment our Y. So this can be X1. Set rectangle. So this is going to be indented. Small button height is our offset there. So X. It'll be at the new Y that we just incremented to. IntSpinBox with small button height. Small button height plus a big space. It might be something like that. Which, honestly, we can simplify a little bit since this isn't really an ongoing massive things. Like that. They both have to be added to the spin boxes. Don't need updates. Pretty sure we can just. In fact, I don't think buttons need an update. We do that with event handlers. Pretty sure we don't need any of these updates at all. But just in case we do, we can put them in here. M underscore label, not label, text rejects dot update. That should make no difference to anything. But render wise, we do. M underscore label reject. Label rejects. Do I already have a label reject in here? I do. Well, as long as we're consistent. M underscore text rejects. Dot render. Let's just see if it even shows up the way we hope. Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, Connor Sweeney's back. Very good. Welcome back, stranger. Always good to have you in the chat. Or at least watching. I guess you're not in the chat yet. We added things, so we probably need to do a clean debug. Again, part of the downsides of using GCC. Someday I'll switch to Clang, but not yet. I'm too far in. Stalking Riders GitHub. Hey, yeah, I glanced at it quickly, but you know, only so much time in a stream. Gotta keep moving. Still looks like there's a couple good projects in there. I'm trying to think. Like, I had a couple of projects for my AI class, and a couple of projects. I guess my compiler project wasn't terrible, but back then we didn't really have GitHub. Did we have GitHub when I'm so old. See my shirt? Older than Google. How old is GitHub? 2005. Yeah, so I was... GitHub's founding was founded in 2008. So yeah, I couldn't have put my college projects on there. Oh, sorry. Sidetracked. Easily sidetracked. Not Git status. We want to run this sucker. Go. Settings. Hey! There is a box there. Reject. So reject is... unfortunately... do layout. Down here... that should help. So I have this D&D group. We meet about, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a month. Probably won't make it today, but you know. And it's a group of 5 guys. And we have our main campaign or 2. But then I don't keep those kinds of projects on GitHub in case they flag up when run through plagiarism detectors. Yeah, that's fair. As I already explained, maybe you weren't in the chat then, I only put very small projects, like command line projects, on GitHub, unless, yeah, that's basically it. I basically don't want Google and everyone else scraping my code to learn how to replace me with an AI. It makes me mad. But they've, you know, everybody's posted millions and millions of lines of code for it to analyze, so if we run out of a job, it won't be because of me. Over to settings. Okay, so reject is there. So I probably need to set the text color for that one. Rejects. Although I think a lot of people were overly optimistic about AI. It's amazing what it can do, but I think everyone believed it was an exponential growth curve as opposed to a logarithmic growth curve. So since they've now scraped the entire internet, the question is, where do they get their next order of magnitudes worth of data, or their next improvement of that same level? So we'll see. I still think that humans can do things that AIs cannot. Okay, that's nowhere near the right size, but that's okay. It will be soon. And that's not working because we don't have any of the vent handlers logged in. They don't. Okay, so where we set the fonts. Boom. Label rejects. Set font size big. Not worried about AI in the slightest. If I was a web developer, yes, exactly. If you think that being a developer means HTML and CSS, then yeah, you're screwed. Thankfully. So here's my favorite example. Okay, so it's kind of like a mini rant for me. Like I have sort of a mini lecture roughly lined out for it, but if you ever think that AI can match humans, look up the what's it called, the GJK algorithm. Let's see. This is not. I mean, okay, so this is the algorithm, but yeah, no, I need to just prepare like a whole mini lecture rant. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? A rant about why humans will never be replaced by AI, or at least not by large language learning models. Okay, so we're in. This is the right height, but it needs to extend out to somewhere reasonable. It needs more room. I need to be able to hold 26 characters in here. The other thing we need to do is we can go ahead and set the text for now. Let's see, where is label rejects? Okay, so there's all the spin boxes. More spin boxes. Okay, so m underscore TextEdit rejects dot set text equal to game context. What's it called? Preset rejects, I guess. And I don't think I actually have that there. So let's go to game context and create that. Set rejects. Static char star, actually character array of preset rejects. 26, 27 characters long. I have a couple of mini lectures that I've got loosely planned. Like one of them is like, what is computer science? I think that's something that a lot of computer science students don't learn, and it's something that took me like 4 or 5 years to figure. Well, it took me a while to actually think about it, and then it took me another few years to figure out what I think the right answer is and why it's important. So that's like a whole mini lecture. Then yeah, why AI won't replace humans. That's another mini lecture. Got a few. I won't say human jobs will never be replaced by AI. Yes, that's true. But there will need to be a fundamental change in the way AI works right now for that to happen. Correct. So I had a friend in my last job, and he was all for just adding a few more parameters, and large language models would do what we want. And I think I've just about convinced him that large language models are going to be the input-output to whatever the AGI happens to be built on. But I don't think LLM can do the job. It's a good input-output interface for something like that. That's my opinion. Okay, so let's see here. So that's a good question. When I come into game context, right now the game context is never initialized, which we need to do. We need an initialization. Because later on we're going to read from a config file. And so that will happen in here. So we need this anyways, eventually. But now we can do game context. And include, we need C string, stir copy into this bad boy. This text, which we will steal from the game scene where I hard-coded it. Let's see here, XYZ is here. This one. So for the words I choose, this is the set of characters that get rejected in very specific circumstances. Now, game context needs to be initialized in application. So we need game context. Init. Game context init. And now game context will have the right information in it. Means in settings, this should work. And text rejects. We need to make it wider to see the whole alphabet. Set rectangle. So right now I've got the width set to the SpinBox width, which is terrible. Let's go with a small button width. I don't know why people feel the need to blow it out of proportion. It's very useful how it is right now. My most common use is to generate 2 extra frames between each real frame to visually triple FPS. Just by interpolating between the 2 buffers. Yeah. People still need to act like it's more. Yep. Well, I think it's the same problem we have in a lot of places in the world, right? Where those who are actual experts aren't the ones writing the news headlines. And then you get a bunch of people reading just the news headline and not... Oops. And not understanding all of the implications of what's being written and what might have been left out. Or what parts the writers chose to leave out. So there's a lot of misunderstanding passed around. Like the same thing happens with like science communicators, right? They get close to right a lot of the times, but it still spreads more confusion than if people actually took the time to learn the stuff. So yeah, what AI is useful for? I mean, so people are using it to screen applications and resumes, right? Gosh. I mean, that's just terrible. In context. That, oh, context. That's a typo. Like, should not humans make decisions about which humans to hire? I don't like what we're outsourcing. So who was it? I forgot who said it. I wish I did, but they said it perfectly. They said, we were smart enough to invent AI, lazy enough to need AI, and stupid enough to not know whether it was a good idea in the first place or not. Let's see here. Smart enough to need AI, or to build AI. Lazy enough to need AI. I wish I could remember who said it without having to look this up, but I don't remember where I got it from. But it's a really good quote. I'll have to look that up and bring it to the next chat. It was in, yeah, such a good quote. Unattributed quote. Sorry. Can't remember who said it. Smart enough to invent AI. Lazy enough need AI. And too stupid to know if it was a good idea in the first place. Something like that. Lucky enough to stumble upon how to do it. No, it wasn't even that. We knew all of the principles of these language learning models back in the 50s. The only reason that AI didn't take off sooner was because we didn't have the compute power. That was literally the only thing. Like they figured out, hey, we know how to make these neural networks and they can train them and all of that. And then they said, but it'll never work because we don't have enough computed power. And then we started getting more compute power, and that's literally the only breakthrough. Everything else has been minor tweaks on what was invented back in the 50s and 60s. Okay, so here's we know how it works. We can't understand the output. I'll back up to something more human understandable. There was this one way back in the day. Anybody know what an FPGA is? It's where you basically get to use software to define a hardware circuit, right? And they wanted to set a learning algorithm to program an FPGA to generate a sine wave. All right, so they said, here's your valid outputs. Figure out how to program the FPGA to generate this output. And it did. It generated the output. We got the sine wave out of the FPGA after it got programmed. Yay. And then they looked at the FPGA program and they said, we have no idea what this is doing. Because what a human would do is look up in the manual, what is a timer? How do I do, an accumulator? How do I, they would look up how to do each step and then add the steps in a human logical way. What the computer did was it just tried a whole bunch of things, and it happened to arrive at a configuration where, because traces were close enough together, you were getting impedance matching, you were getting RC oscillations because of electromagnetic effects, not because of anything to do with what the actual FPGA was supposed to be doing. So we can have a computer which tells you what a dog is. Here's a picture. Is it a dog or not? Yes or no. But we will never understand why it thinks that that is a dog, when it's right or when it's wrong. You don't know. We understand its output and its success and failure ratios, but we cannot understand what it means. Because that's not how a computer works. A computer does not reason. All right, I've been going off on a tangent. Hey, look, there's my text. So the other question is, how long does it have to be to fit 26 characters? So let's go back to game context. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. I hope that's not copyrighted. I don't want to get in trouble. Sort of like quantum computing. Yeah. The output is shown to be good this percentage of the time, and we don't know why. That's fair. Okay. Settings. Okay, so it needs to be considerably longer, or we can make the text considerably smaller, or a little bit of both. Let's make the text smaller. The SpinBox text sizes are all being set here to the small button font size. So I guess we can just throw that in here. Nope, not that one. This one needs to be full size. That's the big label. But the text regex dot set text size. Oop. Oop. There we go. So yeah, maybe I should prepare a why LLMs won't replace developers. I was actually just listening to a guy the other day. I guess the Primogen, you might have heard of him if you watch a lot of YouTube or streaming. Good heavens. That child. Yikes. Anyway, and he was saying he tried using Copilot for a long time, and it would do these little pieces just fine, and then he'd put them all together, and they wouldn't work. You use NeoVim. No! No. Dang it. That's 2 NeoVim users in my chat at the same time. I think we're gonna collapse here. But he was saying he was using Copilot and he'd make these little pieces, and what it was really, really, really bad at was you'd make all these pieces and you put them together and they would not work right because you have timing issues and this and that and the other thing, and like it can't understand a system. It understands each little piece you feed to it, but when it you put them all together, the whole system fails in ways that are almost impossible to find. So it ended up being, yay, it saved me 15 minutes of writing this little teeny component, but in the end I spent 3 days figuring out what it didn't take into account in the wider system view. Because the problem with people, with developers, is not, can I write this little component that makes this communicate with that? That's not the hard part. The hard part is making everything communicate together at the right times and in the right ways. And that is such a hard problem. I don't think LLMs will ever be able to help with that. Okay, so that's smaller text. Okay, so we just need to widen it out to maybe maybe a large button size. Okay, so here we don't like the small button width. We're going to go with the big button width and see if that's wide enough to hold the whole alphabet. Copilot's kind of become a crutch for me because I don't let it do the code. But it's so good for making me type artificially faster. Yeah? Oh, they've already sucked you in. Yep. Hey, man, the first hit's free. You get a discount on the first one. NordVPN. You get the first 3 months for free. Fun times. I was having a discussion with Fit Rioter above about why don't you have an LSP attached to my Emacs. It's not that I can't. I just don't think it's a good idea. You know what? That is pretty darn close to holding the whole alphabet. Oh, man. How do I feel about that? We could make it align with this edge here. That would look more aesthetically pleasing. Okay, let's do that. We're gonna have to do math. Why no LSP? Oh gosh. There is nothing as infuriating to me as a computer trying to guess what I'm trying to do and being wrong. So, like, When I first, the time when an LSP is helpful is when I'm first starting on a project and I don't know the APIs, I don't know the calling conventions or the system very well. It's a way to explore, which really you could do with just reading the documentation or looking at examples. But once I know the system, like the computer constantly popping up and telling me, hey, maybe you can do this, or hey, you should do this, or hey, we think it could be one of these functions. It's like, I'm already typing, stop interrupting me. Like, it breaks my flow. Even just that momentary millisecond of popping up and then I type over it, it's too much distraction, too much interruption. And when it's wrong, then it just really makes me mad. It's like, oh, you need to leave me alone and let me do what I know I'm supposed to do and stop guessing badly. Text edit width. Like, I turn off autocorrect, I turn off anything I can in any program I can. More bare bones, the better. Okay, so we know what our X is going to be. And we know where this thing ends dot, this is a spin box, so I can get a rectangle dot left right minus that. That should be it. Oops. The spin box does not expose the rectangle element. Okay. We can get that. We know how. We've done this before. Value. Right after that one. I gotta get off. It's past my bedtime. Okay. The bees are real. Thanks for dropping in. Hope it was moderately entertaining or educational or something. Yep. People, feel free to drop in the Discord, give a follow. Actually, I think most of you are in the Discord. Maybe Mickey Maven isn't. We should plug the Discord channel. It's a little quiet right now, but it's slowly getting more people in it. Copy the link. Put it in. There we go. Plug the Discord channel. Right now, pretty quiet. But if people want to ask questions in there, maybe I'll make it a topic for one of the streams, or maybe we'll discuss it in the chat itself. There we go. Now it lines up. That. This one we can center. Let's go to settings, rejects, set alignment. We're going double center. Yeah, I need to make more free accounts so I can join all these Discords. Well, Discord made everybody mad a little while ago. They what did they do? They made it so that your link, your server link, is not permanent. So every week I got to post a new one, and I'm not keeping track of what week it is. So like just every day I'm like, oh hey, I'll go get the Discord link and paste it again because who knows. So yeah, feel free to drop in or not. Give a follow though. I do need to get 50 followers, and I need 5 people chatting at the same time. Did we get there today? The bees are real. Fit Rioter, Connor, Mickey Maven. I was in the chat. Maybe that's 5. That would be cool. But yeah, just trying to slowly, organically build a channel. Okay, where are we at? Hey, that did not lay out the way it was supposed to. That's awkward. Did I not just do a build? Did I not just do a build? Oh, label rejects. No. That one can be left. That's fine. So where did I do text rejects? There we go. Set text. Ugh. That's the one that needs the alignment changed. And while we're at it, we know it's long enough, so let's go back to game context and put back this one. Yeah, so I have a whole separate email just for junk accounts. It's like, you need an email to sign up for this. I'm like, all right, you're going to my junk email account. Then I have my real email account. Probably similar for Discords for most people, huh? There we go. If I can get on the right window. OBS throws me off sometimes. Okay, so there's the list. Now, let's make it so we can gain focus, because we can't get keyboard input until we get focus. So, TextEdit. We need to steal from IntSpinBox. We're going to get mouse and key press handlers. And actually, like I said, once we get the text edit working the way we want, it's probably going to replace a lot of the junk here in IntSpinBox. So that will be nice. All right, need those. And we register all of that. This is us subscribing to certain events. We do have to clean up those subscriptions at the end. This is not IntSpinBox. Although we can still copy some paste more. Here they are. Mouse press, mouse release, mouse move. I don't think I do anything with mouse move right now, but we can clean that up. This is all going to come down here. IntSpinBox becomes text edit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, what? Oh, we only got the key press handler. We should grab these ones too. Okay. I wonder how much of that we got. I used 10-minute email. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. Okay. So I guess we should run a build to see how close we are. Clean. Come on. IntSpinBox changed. What did I do in there? Oh, okay. Nothing useful. File. I need to write myself a note. Mini lectures to prepare. I do have a problem. I don't like PowerPoint, but I do need a way to like organize my thoughts and outline them in a good way. Emacs org mode is Not quite what I'm looking for. So maybe it would have to be a PowerPoint. I don't know. PowerPoint or equivalent. I don't actually use Office products. LibreOffice is not as good as it used to be, but still. Probably because all this stuff is not defined. TextEdit. Fascinating. IntSpinBox doesn't actually import any of this. So what dependency do I have for this button? Button includes all of those. And then game scene has the key has the key press event. Event queue. Okay, that's an easy one to add. We'll get there eventually. What was your answer to the LSP thing? Oh, bleeding profusely. Okay, well, don't do that. You should probably cauterize that wound or something. The answer to the LSP thing. I found that technology, the more it tries to help me, the more it gets in my way. So, like the times in a project when an LSP is helpful is in the very beginning when I don't know the APIs or the calling conventions or things like that. But if you want to learn those things, like read the manual and look at examples. Like that's kind of how you learn how things work. Whereas an LSP removes the learning step, right? You're waiting for it to pop up something that looks like it might be right, and then you pick that. And then once I do learn a system, like I'm typing along, I know what I'm doing, and all of a sudden it's popping things up in my way and making bad suggestions. And the longer that the more that happens, the more it breaks my flow. So I eventually just get to the point where I just turn off everything that's trying to help me because it's just more in the way and more distracting than it is helpful. Once I get typing, I like to just flow. And the LSP kind of interrupts that. Why text value? Well, there is a question about applied text value, which we are going to ignore for now. So hopefully that clarifies. I don't know. Okay, we have it. We click in. Hey! And we can delete. But we cannot yet type because, we can type, but only numbers. Because we copied all of the code from the SpinBox, which has more limited inputs. Perfect. Okay. So go to the key press handler. If we have focus and there are no modifiers on the key press, we get the key code. We get the key code, the key enumeration. And here we're asking if it's between 0 and 9 because of the SpinBox. And here we're asking if it's 0 to 9 because of the SpinBox. So that's fine for the SpinBox, but it's not good for the TextEdit. Backspace right now doesn't use a cursor, or rather, it assumes the cursor is always at the end, so we'll have to add a cursor eventually. I agree, except that it annoys me when it's wrong. As long as it doesn't auto-select what it thinks is right, it doesn't bother me at all. Just drop spell correction on my phone. Yeah. Doesn't annoy me when it's wrong. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. It bothers me. So the ASCII keys are all between tilde and exclamation mark. But I don't remember if input is laid out in the same way. So I basically stole, if I go to input.hpp, space, apostrophe, comma, minus, period, slash. Like all of these are valid inputs. I don't care about shift right now. So basically here are all of the printable characters. So the 96 from space with some blanks for the apostrophe. Where's the... There is no bang, because that's punctuation, which we would have to accept. Basically, these are all the letters you can type in without hitting shift. Right? Dot, minus, period, slash, comma. Oh boy. So in this case, all I want to allow for TextEdit here is the letters between A and Z, right? So I mean, we can do that. Fine. Right here. This is not exactly rocket science. To go between A and Z. Character C is keypad minus A plus A. And then we append it to the text. So that's that. But it does not handle this input. And how do I tell it this TextEdit is part of a SpinBox? I only care about numbers. This TextEdit is okay. Well, do I want to get into that right now? I don't know if I want to over abstract it right now. This does not need arrow keys to increment decrement. This will work, but I would like TextEdit to be in my SpinBox. Okay. So option 1, we can register a function which accepts a key code and then returns a character, and if the character is the null character, we don't add it. How does that sound? I don't include C string because we need to append things, and then we need Probably cstdio for now. And then we need town functional. So we're going to do is this. How bad is that noise? My kids are vacuuming. I don't know how good my mic is at directional sound. So if the sound's getting bad, let me know and I'll shut my door or something. Or let's see. Oops. Copy that. This is key input handler, which will accept an int and return a character. I think that's it. Inside of here, we will define char key to char int key code Not sure. Equals a null character, return result. This is the default key to character handler, or we put it inside the class. And if we do that, doesn't matter. Okay, mods. The mod I would care about in the text edit is the shift. Shift mod. I don't think anything else matters. Shift. So no mods is not quite right. Control mod. Not control mod. And not event.alt mod. Super mod. Not control, not alt, not super. That's all we allow. So shift would be allowed. So is take an int and a boolean. Bool is shift. This is like our general purpose key input, right? So there's number, there's letter, C plus A not KPC. There we go. If is shift, result equals C plus capital A. Return the result. Now, this leaves an awful lot of printable characters on the keyboard still unused, so we can flesh this out as the default keyed character handler. That is something we need to add in here. I'm going to store key to char. But we should be able to register other things. Void register key to char handler. Pain's point is where this is going. Text edit. I'm going to store key to what did I call it? Key to char. Equals handler. And now this all goes away. Char C equals m underscore key to char, given the key code and event dot shift mod. If C is not equal to the null character, then result equals true. And set text the, there we go. So we can always register a different key to character mapper. By default, this should be okay. Backspace, we do not have a cursor, so it's always going to be at the end. If that's fine, enter and keypad enter. We do have the idea of type in this thing while it has focus, and then hitting escape to restore the visible text to the previous text before it was applied. And tab would also apply the text value. So those are ideas. Okay. Let me think. Is that enough to get me started? Let's see. We probably should do a clean and build. Okay. Wow, my boys are so loud today. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's not all coming through on the microphone. With all the, so there's a smoke, big fire near our house. We're not letting them outside because of all the smoke. I guess really not healthy. Like you can see just between us and the hill next to our house, how loud it is, how smoky it is. That means that some very energetic boys are stuck indoors. Which means there's a lot of noise. Okay, let's see. If I give it an address, do you think that would work? Use variable key. Really? Oh. Really? Okay. Yeah, I guess that is unused, so that's fine. It, oh, okay. Maybe that was not a problem. Working our way through the compiler. Issues. Wow, I did not recall it in there when I took out that semicolon. That's amazing. If key. Okay. And if I put it in the right order, it would make more sense. Okay, settings. Click. Delete. ASBF, PWER, 3412, and keypad. Okay, so we've got keypads, basic alphabet, capitals, and lowercases. Boom. That's actually not that bad. Okay. we could go a couple different ways now. We can make a numbers only. We could make letters only. Okay, so this one's going to be letters only. We've just proved it works with other stuff. But in this one, all we want are letters, and we don't care if it's shift. We will always add the capital, which means is shift will be ignored. Void is shift to suppress the warnings around you passed it in, but you're not using it. So that should work for settings scene. So if we go to underscore text rejects set key to, wow, where did that go? Register key to this one. Should only accept. Oh. Oh, darn it. It's not local enough. Key to char in TextEdit is not in the header. It's only in this thing. Basic key to char. Okay, so here's another option. Let's go to TextEdit. We will make a static function. Basic key to character. TextEdit. Which would be below contains point. Right there. Now my constructor. TextEdit. Basic key to character. I should remove the name collisions. Okay, so if that's the case, well, there are number inputs, there are uppercase, lowercase text inputs, there are lots of things we could do to supply as basics, but we're not going to do that just now. Static. Let's copy that from TextEdit. E2 upper alpha. Setting scenes be just going to go right here. Which will go right before vsync. But right there. Register. All right. Settings. Scene E2 upper alpha. Now we see if that works. Oh goodness. run it. And in theory, in settings, the only thing we should be able to do is add alpha characters, so A, B, C, D, and they're all uppercase whether I hit shift or not. Numbers don't come through, nothing else. Okay, cool. So that's good progress. Cursor. Do we want to do cursor today? Oh, because that also raises the question of like selection, copy, paste. Select, copy, paste. To do, consider these things. Selection, copy and paste. Okay. So one thing we need is a cursor. Oh boy. Cursor needs a position. A timer, color, a color quad. Hmm. Because I do think we want it. So here's a possibility. No. Cursor position means we got to get into the actual vertex buffer to look up the position of each character. And that's relative to the text box. Hmm. Cursor index. And that will be bound to the length of our text, 0 to the length of our text inclusive. We do need an egg timer. Do we want an animation on the cursor? Like we could fade the cursor color. Image score cursor. That's fine. We do need a color quad to draw the cursor. animation, which would then mean this needs an update. Would require an actual update that does things. Obviously, for first pass, we're just going to make it blink hard, so no animation needed. Is that everything we need? The other question is this egg timer. I think at one point I wrote an egg timer once that had like a looping function, like single shot. I do not know. Egg timers by default should be single shot. All right, so let's do this. Bool underscore is single. Let's forget the timer for now. Glad I did one we can draw the cursor in the right place. If we put the cursor index at 0, that is not quite what we want to do, but it's okay. Okay. Let's move cursor up above the handlers stuff. Input handling. Cursor index, we're just going to put it at 0. Cursor color. See, the color quad is almost white. The text is, let's just go black. The cursor should only show up when we have focus. So where's my render and my update? There's the update render. M underscore cursor dot render. If M underscore has focus. Underscore cursor dot set color to underscore cursor color. The reason we're doing this is we will probably want to animate this, but we're not going to yet, so that color is just going to be straight up black. When we set the rectangle, it's going to tell us what size to make the cursor. Cursor will go, for now, obviously, we're going to cheat. X plus 5, Y plus 5, and minus 10. Okay, so we're just going to see if we can make that draw at the 0th index of our text. long as it shows up, we can start making rapid improvements. Settings. So if I click on this, whoa! Oh, it's huge. Yeah, we need to not have that width. We need it to be like 2. Click. And that's the wrong direction. We want it to go the other direction. I don't know why we've set it up for horizontal. That's very awkward. So x plus 5 is where the text box starts. Y plus 5 is where that starts. Then we go to two pixels wide. Rect.height minus 10. Okay. I think we're getting there. Click. Okay. It is now at the start of the whole shooting match. Okay. So the cursor index should tell us the position to put the cursor. Cursor color. We have to add some special handling to text itself. Int x offset at char int char index. So basically, we have to be able to pick in here and say the character index that we're at. We need to find the character and where that character begins. This can be constant. We're not modifying anything. Text.cpp, and that'll be in set. Oh, it's right over here. Okay. Assert 0 less than or equal to char index. And char index less than or equal to text length. There we go. Now, for each character, because there's a slight difference between what a quad is and what a character is. A quad is a drawable, whereas a space doesn't insert a quad at all. So I can't just count my quads. So we're gonna have to steal some code from where we lay out here. not here, if the text was changed. We get a character. If it's a space, we do things. If it's a tab, we do things. If it's a printable, then it's a quad. Otherwise, okay, so I think we steal font data. Where did I get my font data from? There it is. I need font data. I don't need glyph info. Get our font info. We roughly steal this piece. I think. Font data has some useful information that might save us some. Oh no, we're not going to do that. We're going to assume a few things. Okay, for each character, up to chart index. When you get our character, if it's a X, current X, equals 0. Current X plus equals this stuff. If it's a tab, it gets this stuff, which is fine. If it's a printable, we get the glyph info. We don't need the glyph info, because this is a quad. We can just look up the X for the quad. Int quad count, or quad index. So we don't actually need glyph info. So the only thing we really need font data for is the space width and the max exit bits. Okay. Oh, yeah. So that's fine. Will equal underscore vertices add quad index something other. So let's find this here. We need the quad index times that, and we really only want this y. This x value. I think that's it. So I get my quad, my current x equals basically this. We just look it up. We already know the information. We can put it there. Okay. If it's a printable character. And if it's a printable character, then quad index increments. Okay. Turn current x. So if we're at 0, especially if we're centered, that should be just in the center. Okay, so let's see. If my text is empty, that line, that bar should just be aligned somewhere in this, should be in the center or far left or far right. So that's one. Let's go do that. TextEdit. Um, we basically just set the cursor somewhere, because we need to set mostly the Y and the height, or the width and the height, and the Y value. The X value will be moved somewhere else, where we set cursor index. That will have to do a lot more work. Right here. Okay, we will not set the rectangle, but we will move to oh, darn it. Okay, it's time for a restroom break. Then we'll get back to it. Okay, we are back. It is not quite true cursor dot rectangle dot y. So if text is empty, we have to do certain things. Let's test that. If m underscore text dot, I think it's length. Yep. Equals 0. Otherwise, we do something else. Okay, if this is the case, then we have to look at our x, our horizontal h alignment, horizontal alignment. We just spell it all the way out there. Case left, center, right. Okay, left, center, and right. If the text is empty, we move the cursor to text dot down rectangle. Oh, shoot. Oh, text. Y plus 5. I don't like that, but it might be the easiest way to do it there. So it's bounding rectangle dot x. It's centered. That's x plus. We should just get the bounding rectangle. Okay. R dot x plus R dot width divided by 2, so halfway in between. And then if we're in the right align text, just the width, x plus width. Okay? So that's if the text is empty. Otherwise, we ask here zero. Oh, wait. Okay. X offset at chart. So that should be fine because we can do text dot x offset at char, given the index. We should do a similar assertion here. M_text dot length. And that's relative to the text object here. So it would be r.x plus x offset. r.x plus x offset. Same y position. Okay, let's just see. Oh. Where are we at? Hey, Brian. Coffee, huh? Boom. What is this y? So the game object has an xy position, and the y is how we access it here. So it's basically the position of the outer box of the text edit area, and then we're gonna move it down by 5 pixels. And I don't like this 5 pixels. We're gonna have to change that up later, but it's good enough for now. We're just building some basic text edit functionality. Simple and fancy. Yes. We try. So I'm going to cheat the key press handler. Oh, can't use tab. Let's use period. The key equals input key period. Set cursor index to 0. What else can we do? KP input. KP. Well, we can use the arrow keys left and right. Left and right. Don't need period, I guess. Cursor index minus 1. You know what? Let's add some functions. We're gonna need this anyways later. Let's go TextEdit. Void move cursor left. Move cursor right. Cursor index minus 1. We're not going to check and see if the cursor index is the same, because if we delete all the text, we want to move the cursor to the same index, but still have it move these things. So we are not going to check if these are equivalent. Index equals this. Index is less than 0. Index equals 0. Set cursor index to the new index. Similar thing here, except it's +1. And if index is greater than x.length, index equals text. Oops. Text dot length. Then we'll set the index. Name functions by what their returns. Yeah. Sometimes. Ooh. Like in handle mouse press, there are a lot of things that might be subscribed to these events. So what we want to know is, we want you to do things and then tell us if you took ownership of that event. If you return true, then the next thing in the handler queue is going to try to run their handler as well. But if you return false, you said, no, I didn't do anything with this event, it was useless to me, then the other handlers can run. So we don't describe what we return here. It describes what it does, and the return is a side effect in this case. Okay, so move cursor left, move cursor right. Okay. Let me set text. Set cursor index to text dot length. I think we just want the text to come after the length. Let me set the text. We'll just see what happens. Okay, capital X was not declared, so that's probably plus X. Oh, plus. I know where that came from. Kind of. What? Why is it not finding it? Here it is. So X is defined as 0. In these days, I need to go back and rewrite some of my underlying code, like using an actual struct for the vertices. I'm testing some things here, looking into that game. Cube emulators run lighter than PS2. Doesn't make sense, huh? GameCube emulator runs lighter than PS2. Oh, that is interesting. Ooh. Curious to find out what you're doing, what you find out. Although I don't have a GameCube or a PS2. Oh. What? Text. Oh. And text dot length. There we go. I should fix that. Just wanted to play Zelda on your PC. Oof. Yep. Switches aren't cheap. I think all games should be runnable on PC. That's all a console is. Wow. If only I type things in right, it would make life better. There. Okay. Yeah, a month and a half of wages is not worth Zelda. Definitely go with an emulator. All right, we're gonna try some jalapeno beef stick. See what that does. Building either, because character index is not a thing. Oh, from there. Oh no. Text length. I did indeed forget the parentheses. Character index. Oh, okay. Now we see what happens. Let's go into settings and it blows up. So maybe we need to clean build. Yeah, so just to catch you up, Brian, on what we're doing, there's a preset list of characters that you can reject all of them in a single button click. So we're making it a setting that you can change which characters those are. So to do that, we have to invent the TextEdit UI element, which is what we're doing. When we're done, we may have to go back and update the SpinBox to use the new TextEdit, but that's coming. That's in the future. Calm. Okay. Getting close. Huh. Still blows up. GDB cards. Let's see what we get. So we seg fault, asking for an offset. You know what? We could do that differently. We could. Basically, something about this stuff. So just extracting the data from the vertex buffer is not a good idea, I guess. We can get the glyph info. Current X is that thing. X advance is that thing. If we are forcing monowidth of spacings, the X advance is that. 0 plus equals that. So where does current x get updated? Right there. Current x plus equals advance. That's not what I wanted. Do I need x0? I don't think I do. I think I just need the advanced information. Pretty up your Java hangman game. Nice, nice. Prettying something up always takes longer than just building the basic functionality. It's kind of sad. Because the fun part is building up the basic functionality. The fun part. And then the grind happens. Okay. So now well, that's interesting. So we're not taking into account the offset of the first character due to alignment. So let's go do that. So this is the H alignment. If it's left aligned, we don't do anything. We need to know what a max X is. Do I simply get the first quad and add that X? Which is here. That's only the first quad that matters. Everything else is offset from the first quad. Except for the first character glyph. So this thing and this thing are related. So we have to take those into account when we've hit the end. So the quad index will be 0. Int quad index equals 0. We should only ask for this if it's a non-zero string, but we can check that. If m_quad count is greater than 0, we find our first quad. Where do we update the max X? The only place is in here. So let me think. The first glyph the first glyph. I'm gonna have to think about this for a second. The only way to get the first glyph is to walk through the text until I find a visible character, which we can know. We can know this. Okay. This quad text here. One thing we can do, we can say first quad offset equals -1. If first quad offset is less than 0, first quad offset is going to equal x is 0, quad will be this first quad. So it's literally at vertex 0. Minus glyph info dot left. Return current text plus first quad offset. Well, first quad equals true. We'll make this 0. If first quad equals false. And then this goes, so sometimes that left offset can be negative. So we could end up with the 0th quad being at 0 minus a thing. So it's safer to just have this Boolean flag first and have a default of 0. So if there are no quads, we don't get any offset. So I think that's safer. Okay. Let's try that. Yes, I know X is not being used. Okay. Run it. Settings, and it breaks. Character index 11. Text.cpp. The first quad underscore vertices sub-0 uh so I can't. First quad offset doesn't exist until the text has been laid out, which doesn't happen until the render pass. So I'm initializing the cursor before the text has been rendered for the first time. This doesn't exist until the renderer requires it to exist. Shoot. This vertices sub-0. Darn. So that means I have to go through the whole string. And this first quad doesn't do any good. I have to go through the whole string and then apply so the position of the actual character is x0, which is fine, but the current x is there. It's advance. If we're forcing monowidth, that changes the advance. It also technically changes the x sub-0. We compute the other points, which right now we are not caring about at all. Then we apply it to the vertex buffer, which we don't have to do. I have to know min and max. I actually have to keep track of quad index. Yeah. Ugh. So basically I'm going to go through the whole string. X not Y, well, let's see. X sub 0 equals that. X1, Y0, we don't need Y, just need X. So we need X0 and X sub 1. So basically we need this. We've got the X advance. Now we can min-max. Min-X, max X. Right there. We don't need the Y at all. We only need these two. Which is this right here. We don't need the Y's. Increment our quad index, current X plus equals advance. Text alignment adjustments. We only need to do the DX portion of it. So we compute our DX. And then we apply that to our current X. Oh gosh, I hope that's right. Oh, not current X. We need to marked X. Yep. Marked X equals -1. After, so at 0, we should add nothing. So if index equals char index, marked X equals current X, and break. So for the right index, we go. So if we're like at index 0, oh, we don't break. We cannot break. We just mark our current position as the correct answer marked X. Then we still have to advance all the way through the rest of the string, compute our offsets, marked X plus DX, or the offset, or the alignment. Okay, maybe that'll work. Yeah, this cursor thing turned into a bigger curse than I thought. That's always the way of it though, right? Run it. Okay, click the text. Well, that's not quite what I was hoping for. Not quite what I was hoping for at all, but it's not crashing anymore. First of all, the arrow keys are backwards for some reason. That is minus. It should move down, right. Should move it up. Not crashing, so we can run it without the debugger. Sick. So magically appears way over here on the left side because not. Left key is moving it the wrong way. 26 minus 15 is 11, so 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hmm. 11. Okay. Set cursor index. Here. Hmm. Doing anything with that left? Shouldn't be. Oh, because I'm checking for alignment. I do have to use that. Get the character. If it's a space, if it's a tab, if it's a printable, then we need some actual information. Okay. x of 1, x of 0, x of 1. Do I need a quad index? I don't think I do. Oop. X plus equals the advance. We computed the advance here. Compute our X offset for text alignment. It does not look like it is striding through correctly at all. Quad width. Lift width, rather. I would understand if this was one time the character, the font size hasn't been set yet. Left and right arrow keys after that. Expect the cursor to behave properly. Um, force it to redraw periodically. We want to look at it. we delete that's going to end up changing things. Dot. Good. Dot puts it at the wrong end. Why is this all backwards? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the movement is definitely wrong. It should put it at the end. This does puzzle me. Label rejects text. Rejects. Dot set. Cursor index. Oh, is it? Well, we set the text here, so that should do the same thing, basically. Text edit. Set text. Set cursor index equal to the new length. Yeah. And yet it's being drawn elsewhere. We do the layout up here. Text edit. Set rectangle. Set cursor index. Less than 0. 0, otherwise underscore cursor index. Greater than text length. Return text length. Otherwise, we return cursor index. We'll try that. Ugh. This cursor is killing me. Literally half the way. How is that so off? Move to the rectangle dot x plus that's according to the text rectangle, so that should be fine. Oh, yeah. Move cursor. Index X offset. Just see what happens, I guess. Click. Okay. Move cursor to the 11th character, and somehow that's -1. Oops. 10th character, 8th character, 9th, 2, 1, 0. That makes no sense to me. First of all, this one. Do we set rectangle before we set text? When we set text, that is before we have a rectangle? But all of these are backwards. The 0th one should have the least X offset. $10.83. Why are these letters all backwards? Literally, move cursor left, move cursor right, so the indices are being correctly updated. We clamp it, which also seems to be working. Set cursor index. Move to the text rectangle plus the X offset. X offset at character. Oh dear. Not less than char index. Less than X length. We have to go through the whole string. So that's one problem. If the index equals the character index we're looking for, mark that X. Current X. Plus equals plus equals. Plus equals. The graphics 224 down, bad binging random Twitch strings. Free me from Windows blue screen error. Oh, Windows blue screens, yes. Those used to be really bad. I don't know how often they happen anymore. I don't actually get that many. Welcome to the stream, graphics, M graphics 224. I am confused why if I add things, do the numbers go smaller? Whoa, okay. That actually looks better. Almost. There is something weird. So that's 0. 10, 11 is wrong. But this is actually much better. Good heavens. Welcome to the stream. We're making a game with minimal dependencies, no game engine. So yes, we are writing our own TextEdit control from scratch. And right now the cursor is kicking my butt. This is what happens when you don't have a plan. I'm just winging it on stream. Okay, so 11 is wrong. Takes offset that character. So go from character 0. Then we advance. Maybe we do the following. If char index equals empty text length, then marked x equals max x. I don't like the hack, but it's closer to what we want, I think. So what did you do to blue screen yourself? And how are you watching Twitch while you're blue screened? These are the mysteries. Okay. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so that's working. When we delete a character or insert a character, we have to change the cursor position, but that's coming. Dot. Okay, so dot works okay. Dot. Okay. We are close, except for the initial setup during form creation. There's no break. Continue. Oh, there are continues. Which shouldn't matter. Continue. In fact, I'm not sure why there are continues here at all. They don't do anything because the loop doesn't do anything in this one. We're not updating a vertex buffer. So let's simplify the flow a little bit. Okay, which brings us back to this place, where we first thing we do is do our layout. So our text box, our text edit will have its correct size. And then we set text here. Set text automatically. Moves the cursor. Okay, let's go down here. Wherever we append a character. Oh, this is strictly append. So this actually gets more complicated. So this will not insert the character. To do insert character. Backspace. To do delete at cursor. Enter period. Yeah, this will go eventually, but the left and right is okay. Actually, we don't need this one anymore for testing. Oh, okay. Where are we at? 4 o'clock. We still got time. This one, delete at cursor, is always a little tricky. So option 1. Okay. Let's do this. Let's just reinforce this. Char star temp equals new character array of a length that we know, dot length, plus 2. We're going to make one extra character for the null character. We're going to put in one more character for the C. Then we're going to string copy into temp from temp text dot text. Temp at text dot length 1 equals the termination character, because that's where it's going to end up. Then we need to walk backwards from the end of the string, bumping the characters over, making room for our new insertion. So for int index equals our string end, index greater than underscore cursor index minus minus index. Then we're going to take temp at index plus 1 equals temp at our index. And is it greater than or greater than equal to? At 0, so it has to be greater than or equal to. Yes. Shift those all out of the way, then temp at cursor index equals character. And we hope that more or less is right. But then cursor, set cursor index 2, cursor index plus 1. Let's see if that works. Boom, boom. Okay, settings. Click. Go all the way to the end. Why is it so confused? Oh well. We type in letters. Ah, that works. Deletion is not going to work. We haven't implemented that yet, but that was actually pretty straightforward. Insert character at cursor. That one goes away. Set cursor, delete. Character at cursor is actually not that hard. Text length actually comes into play a couple of times. Let's in okay. Delete cursor at character. All we want to do is copy out our text, which is fine. Oh, yeah, don't do that. Okay. These two go away. So what we're going to do is more like this. Except we're going to start at cursor index. Oh, we can't even do this. Okay. We go from cursor index, so if it's at 0, we can't backspace anymore. cursor index is greater than 0. We can't delete backwards without that. Copy the text. I mean, text has such a simple character removal option. Let's see here. To put deletion into index in text would be more efficient. Okay, so this is deleted cursor. Okay, copy the text. We go from the cursor index, so it'll be at 1. If we delete the character, oh no. This is basically like this, isn't it? We're going to go from the length of our string we start at the, oh, we can't start at the end. We have to start in cursor index. So if we're at 1, we copy from 1 to 0 the character. Index less than length plus index. And then len minus 2 equals 0. Len minus 1. And when we delete, cursor moves back 1 space. Set cursor index, underscore cursor index, minus 1. Let's hope this works. Okay. Okay. So we can delete the letter V. Nope. V. What letter is actually being erased? Let's see here. If we go to B, is it deleting from the end still? W, V, Q. So K is disappearing. F is disappearing. Oh, F did not disappear. That's okay. I can't delete. Okay. So it's F is gone, D is gone, S, A, B. Backspace. What are we doing? We go to our current cursor index. So let's say we're deleting the first character. So our cursor comes after character 1. Then we set character 0, which is the character before the cursor, equal to character 1. thing, but we don't even need this. Copy. This should include the null character at the end. Set cursor index. We did not delete the temp here. Go to the end, we can delete X. Oh, we cannot. Okay. Probably has to do with that. A minute can move copied it. Starting at the cursor index, we replace the cursor is already at 0. Then we can't delete anything. If our length is less than 1, if its length is 0 or less, we can't delete anything. So that seems a reasonable cleanup. Where capacity greater than length. Otherwise, same performance. Okay. So in other words, we can get a gain in speed without ever losing performance. Worst case, we do this what we're doing already. Okay. Two, so 0, 1, 2. Start at 2, and character 1 gets the contents of character 2. Cursor is moved over until, oh well, index is less than length. Oh, but that does it. So this was masking the fact that we weren't checking the logic properly. So this was never firing, so that character was not being erased, but then we were erasing the tail element here at -1. Now, delete B, Q, W, S-A-E-F. Hey, we have cursor, we have input, output. Yes, this is good. Okay, what we don't have is key mouse positioning. We cannot delete the last character, which actually makes sense. If length equals 1, and we know that the cursor is not at 0, so it's not on the left side of the character, then temp sub 0, we're just done. That goes away. You're now be able to delete the whole string. Oh, come on. I must be getting tired, starting to make even more mistakes than usual. Boom. Still that first one. So WV ASDF. Delete the tail, the front, insert in the front, in the middle, home and end. Yeah, I cannot delete. There. Why is that? Length is, oh, greater than or equal to 1. Okay, that should be easy. Easy fix. I'm puzzled by this when we load in. Oh, maybe because, but I know why. We set the text, then we set the alignment. Okay, so when we change the alignment or the font size, we need to recompute. Set cursor index underscore cursor index. Set text size. Same thing. Okay, so that should fix that. Although, yeah, it should be fine. Okay, so that should fix those. We should be able to delete all the text. We should have the cursor starting at the correct location. Settings, click. Oh, it's at the end. Perfect. If we lose focus, it keeps the cursor location. Delete, delete. Okay. It's working, it's working. Cool. So I want home and delete. Those are some keys I want. Okay, left, right. Let's see here. Input. Home. and end. Those are going to be nice. Home. And backspace. I want delete. Delete. Okay. Home is easy. Set cursor index to 0. End is easy. Set cursor index to text length. Oh, wow. Okay. Delete is the only tricky part. And even that's not that bad. Oh, result equals true. We should accept results when you can. Okay. So, the logic is going to be very similar, except if the length is greater than or equal to 0 and cursor index is less than m_text dot length. Length minus 1, right? For add length. No. Length. If we have 3 characters, 0, 1, 2, and 3 is at the end, we can't delete forward. Backspace is different than deletion. All right, so we get our temp string copied in. If our length is 1 and we're not at the end, 0 it, great. Interesting. Otherwise, what we have to do is we have to start at write a cursor index. So let's say it's cursor index 0. We need to copy 1 into the preceding. Moving towards the end, set the text, set the cursor index, and delete our temp string. Let's try it all out. Mickey Maven, how much stuff gets deleted is based on how fast the app is running? No. No, so we have an event loop and we detect key presses, not necessarily key down. We can detect repeat keys, so you could hold it down and then it would be your operating system repeating the key. But I don't think I'm honoring those right now. So it should be only when you press a key. So if I come in here and I delete forward, that should be VW. Delete backwards, home, end, left, right. And I should be able to delete forward all the way to the end. Oh, we finally have a line edit. Oh, finally. I'm gonna call that a win. Where's our developer journal? That was, whoo. As always, I'm surprised at how long things take. But then you think usually people pay, thousands of dollars to get a UI library that does a SpinBox and a line edit for them. But if they wrote it once, line edit, I'm calling that done. Added a line edit to controls available. Should replace edit portion of SpinBox with this. Man, that was a lot of work. Okay, so we updated the application because we needed the text to come from the game context, which is fine. Game context now has text. The game scene. I don't remember what I changed in game scene. I don't think it's important. The spin box, we made some changes to. We have a make file change because we had to add this line edit. Settings scene and text needed a few changes to support the text edit. So all that makes sense. Get status, get add, everything, get commit. Created a line edit, text edit. Control seems to be working. Tested in settings. Let's see. Okay. Whew, nice. Yeah. Slowly but surely. Settings scene. Let's go back to the journal. So now we need to actually hook that up. So the game scene is not looking at the game context for the set of reject characters, and the text edit in settings is not updating the game context reject characters. So we got to do those two things. So let's go first to the game scene. Find XYZ. We are going to make this configurable. It's going to equal game context preset rejects. So hopefully that just works. We've been working off that hard-coded string for so long. Oh, not that one. Run it. And when we go into settings, not settings, when we go into the game, if I hit this X, that same set of characters should just be rejected. Perfect. Okay, so that's part one. Part two. Settings needs to actually update the game context. Preset rejects. Now, I had a thought at one point. But I'm not sure I like it. So we're going to go to TextEdit. Selection, copy, paste. We're not doing that right now. Was the idea of passing in a pointer to a pointer, which we could still do. Basically, here's the address of our preset characters. Then we can operate on this, the preset characters in game context directly. I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to basically make a value change handler. So it's going to do nothing, but it will accept a const char star as a text change handler. Text edit. Means we actually need one of those. Where is it? Oh, we're not using an egg timer yet. We could do that. We could add the egg timer. We could do a few things. We could make the rectangle actually, let's see, journal. Button depth, spin box margin, text, edit, margin, and cursor. Width should be settable based on the screen size. We'll do this cleanup eventually. Bunch of cleanup items building up. That's fine. Okay. Do we want to hook up the egg timer right now? We don't want to hook up the egg timer right now. So we need one of these. Oop. Text change handler. Is a null pointer. Okay, so when we do a set text, oof. Actually, no. We need some additional handling in here. TextEdit. Void set text. Modify text. Text is strcomp text and underscore text dot text not equal to 0. So there cannot be equivalent streams. If they are, then we can do mtext dot set text to text, and we can if m underscore text changed handler is not equal to null, then we call it text change handler with text. So now everywhere that m underscore text dot set text is called, we instead call modify text with text, but that leaves the cursor separate from that. Text dot set text. This one's going to get temp. Okay, so we should only have one instance of text set text. Yes. So that should help, because in setting scene, we're going to make a static function real quick. Let's see, where's the static void. It's going to take a cost char start. So apply preset rejects const char star of text. Setting scene e2 upper alpha, e2 upper alpha. Setting scene game context preset rejects Let's see here. Int destination lim equals sterling like this. Int source len equals sterling of text. Hold on. They're not equal. Set the text. We want to pass in the length. We don't want to compute it over and over and over again. We've already computed it once when we did this, or when we did this. So we need to modify that a little bit. Needs to take a character buffer and an int length. Which brings us back to here. Set preset rejects. If the destination length is shorter than source length, the game context preset rejects needs to be deleted. We can just add this into game context, can't we? Yeah, let's do that. Which means we kind of want to keep it under control. A couple of things we need to do. How are we doing on time? 4:30, we got time. This argues for this and the static number. Void set preset rejects char star text int len, and then we also want static const char star preset rejects as a function call. This is now S for static member. Okay, preset rejects. Turn S underscore those, which means in game scene. There we go. Set preset rejects. Assert length is less than or equal to 26. Because we are, for preset rejects, we only allow the alphabet. Stir copy S underscore preset rejects text. Okay. Which means now settings scene Does not need that. Does not need that. Text reject. Dot. Oh, let's see. What do we call that? We did call it register. Register key. Oh, no. Set callback. Okay, I guess we can call it that. That's fine. It's not my favorite, but set callback. In context, set preset rejects. Now, if we've done all this right, as we type, game context will be updated, and the set of characters which will be rejected automatically in game will be set by that text. Now, a couple things we need to add. One is duplicate character catching, and limiting the text length to 27 or 26. Oh. Oh. There we go. What else is there? 4. What's it complaining about? Const char star, do char star. Okay, let's see how that goes. We're almost there. Maybe we're a little more clever. That would have worked a lot better. We should definitely put in semicolons. I agree. Sometimes the compiler is right. Oh, undefined reference to TextEdit set callback. Text changed handler. Set callback. Oh. Register. Okay. TextEdit. Set callback. Text changed handler. Handler. M underscore text change handler equals handler. So close. Not even 5 o'clock. Settings, click. So if we delete everything and we make all vowels illegal, let's see here. A, E, I, O, U. Those will be automatically rejected when we play the game. Play. So when I hit X, it better be A, E, I, O, U. Yes. Done. We can quit. We can go back to settings. We can enter the home row. Oh. SDF, GH, JKL. Play. ASDF, GH, JKL. Perfect. So that is now configurable. Settings now configures preset reject characters. Okay, I said there was 2 more things, right? Text edit. Text edit max length. I think that's something we have to. We also don't have the egg timer. Egg timer. What should put in the egg timer? Cool. Is single shot. Something very clever once about single shot versus other. Let's have an update. Is running. Do we want to do it that way? Let's just keep it simple for now. Text edit. Cursor timer. Cursor timer dot set duration. 1 second. On a second, off a second. That should be okay. So here, we actually do need the update. Yep. Cursor timer, start. Is that true? Let's focus. Oh, interesting. Okay, good. It all comes through here. If we have focus, we should just simplify this code a little bit. And we're setting the color to this. Setting the color. To this. Okay. If we have focus, then egg underscore cursor timer dot start, else cursor timer dot stop. Then in update, we ask a simple question. Cursor timer dot has dinged. Cursor visible. Cursor visible equals false. Cursor visible equals true. Means in the render, if the cursor is visible, render it. And update. If the cursor timer has dinged, flip it, and then stop and start again. See how that looks. We probably need to do a full clean though. Now that I'm thinking about it, we added a couple of members to the class, and that's going to blow up my program. Oh, I still have water left. Amazing. I've not drunk very much water today. Almost 5. Still not as far as I would like. But mostly not bad. Settings. Wait timer is running. Yet. That is not a blinking cursor. Oh, because it's not in the update loop. Ah. If we go to settings scene, update, or on update. There we go. That would work. Link, 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 link. Okay, so already you can see a thing. If we're going to TextEdit CPP, if we modify the text, then first of all, m underscore cursor visible equals true. M underscore cursor timer dot stop and start again. While you're typing, the cursor should not blink. It's only when it's sitting there idle. As long as we're changing the text. Oh, or when the okay, so we take focus 1, 2. As long as we keep typing, it does not go away. And deleting. Okay, now left and right navigation should have a similar effect. If we move the cursor, it should be visible. So we actually want this. Oh, modify text. If underscore has focus. If we modify the text programmatically, we do not change those things. Set cursor index. If m underscore cursor index not equal to index and has focus, oh, there we go. So if we move the cursor and we have focus, then we do that. Oh. Cursor index. Actually, that's a good question. Is that true? You know, I think we can simplify even. Boom. Fixes everything. When does that become true? When we set focus, when we set cursor index and we have focus, modify text. TextEdit. Cursor color. Cursor visible false. duplicate characters, 26 character length. Max. Okay, the cursor is not visible. Blink on. So when we got focus, set focus. It has focus. We start the timer and we set the cursor visibility to true. Otherwise, we stop and set it to false. Okay. So as long as we're navigating, deleting, inserting, doesn't disappear. Yep. We'll probably make a reset to factory default button here someday. That looks pretty good. Okay. Now, last couple of tidbits. Key to upper alpha. There's the character. We can check. Oh dear. I do not want this to be static. We'll have to bind to this. Okay. Key to upper alpha. Because I want to check certain things. STD bind this. Keep it files. I love these error messages. Look at that. How easy. How easy to understand. Address. Oh, I have to do placeholders. Where else do I do placeholders? I don't even remember. Let's see here. Source grep r _1 exclude directory dependencies. STD placeholders. There it is. And key to upper alpha should just need the one argument, 2 arguments. There we go. STD placeholders number 2. Okay, so that should work. So we go back into key to upper alpha. We can check a couple of things. If length, let's see here, underscore text rejects. We are not passing along the length yet, but we will. It's greater than or equal to 20, greater than 26. Result equals the null character. TextEdit. Okay, so I give myself access to, I get the text. Length. Paradigm underscore text dot length. Okay, so we got the length for char C equals underscore text rejects text C not equal to the null character plus C. If the contents of C are equal to the result, then result equals that, and we can break. In other words, we can't enter duplicate characters because of this, and we can't type more than 26 letters because of that. Now, settings. So I can't type B, F, G, but I can type A, E. Oh, no, I don't have focus. B, F, G. Well, that didn't work. Did I not build it? I might not have built it, but I also need to remove that. So edit. File. Nope, that is true. This is a const char star. Settings. We give it focus. B, F, G don't enter, but A, E, I, O, U do, but I cannot double enter them. So we delete everything. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Perfect. That's not bad. Cool. Git status, git add everything, git commit gem, added cursor blinking, limits in settings theme for 26 chars and no duplicates for rejects. I did not update the journal before I did that, but we did do that. And we still did not do volume. We need to add volume. Well, we're not gonna get around to it today. It's 5 o'clock. About time to wrap it up. If I go too long, then I have to split up my stream across multiple videos in Rumble, which means I have to render it down to 2 different videos, which takes forever. So then we're gonna wrap it up there. Added ability to manually edit, preset, reject characters, in settings, scene. Is that it? I think that's it. It's not bad, really. Except we did not linearize the volume steps. In IntSpinBox, to use TextEdit. If we do that, the SpinBox automatically gets the margin from the TextEdit instead. Okay, so we have some loose ends we can clean up. With our new widgets. Volume tomorrow. We will do volume. I think that's good. Not bad. Line edit in one day, SpinBox in one day. It could have gone faster, except occasionally I'm a doofus. It turns out streaming is very distracting while you're programming, so overall not too bad. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up then. Commit, amend, edit. And that should do it. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the chats. Always nice to have people in here. And we will see you next time.